afternoon and welcome to matches number 15 and 16. You join me here, Charlie Hunt, for the European Cricket Network, and we're ready to get underway with where we will be able to see the two games this evening. We'll be seeing the Lisbon Capitals. They return into match action. They'll be taking on the Gamblers SC, and we're about ready to go to Tyrone Peters, who is with the two captains for the all-important toss. So, news from the toss, the Lisbon Capitals. They've elected to bowl first here in match number 15, and it's going to be interesting to see as how reliant they'll be on their main man going into this game. Taj Mohammed, he's been top of the batting and bowling stats for both of the Lisbon Capitals and also throughout this tournament. But again, we'll also be looking to see how Kuldeep Gulia for the Gamblers SC will be getting on. As for the weather here today, it's pretty much the same as it has been throughout the last week and a half. As the sun's out, there's a bit of a breeze, but we're almost ready to get underway. So we'll go to the commentary box for the first delivery of match number 15. And welcome to the commentary box where you join me, Charlie Hunt, here for the start of match number 15 as the players make their way out to the middle here in El Estadio Municipal de Manada do Corvo here in Coimbra. A very warm welcome to all of our viewers all around the world, whether you're watching on our European Cricket Network YouTube channel or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. I hope you're all well. We take a look at the lineups here, and well, the big miss here for the Lisbon Capitals. Their skipper picked up an injury and he's out of this game, and we get to get an understanding as to how long he could be out for, but the understanding at the moment is that it isn't going to be looking too promising. So new skipper is Raul Badouaj, again a more than talented cricketer here for the Lisbon Capitals, so he'll be looking to take an early victory as they look to make their way off the bottom of the table. But then again, looking at the Gamblers SC 11, they're missing out on a man who went big for them in the previous game for them, Raul Imran. He's not here today. He'll be a big miss, but the man who is in most of the runs is Kuldeep Gulia. He's starting, and he'll be facing the first delivery for Gamblers here. A huge welcome to everybody in the YouTube chat, and appreciate everybody jumping over, as I know there is obviously still a game going on in Italy due to the unforeseen circumstances that happened yesterday with the issue of equipment being stolen out of the minibus. But we're almost ready to get underway here in Portugal. And the skipper for the Lisbon Capitals, he's going to be taking us away here as we get underway. There's a little bit of a delay as we're ready to get underway, as signalled by umpire Buck Stoneman. And it is going to be the Lisbon Capitals skipper, Raul Badouaj, to get us underway in match number 15 here. And starts with a bit of a shorter delivery outside the off stump, but it's a good take early on for the keeper, Patrujan. Looking pretty wide awake behind the stumps. Starts with a good take down the offside. This is a little bit on the similar line of length, but judged too wide by umpire Buck Stoneman, and we start with the first runs here for Gamblers. Not off the bat, it's a wide ball. And again, this time played into the offside, finds the fielder. Well fielded from Sadam Akbari. The top ball here. Again, a beautiful day here for the 7th night of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. Certainly going to be seeing some exciting cricket as first take on 5th in this tournament. And this one is going to be judged as another wide down the offside. And it's a little bit tough. It came in off the seam. Ended up being judged a wide, but it's not an easy call, that one. Well, this will be wide. Misses everything, but it's good fielding by the man. A short fine leg, and prevents this from running away for any more runs. A huge welcome to everybody in the chat. I can see Schwager alongside James and Chris as well. Keanu as well. Very warm welcome to you. I know obviously there are many people going to be jumping to and from the match here, and also the match between the Roma CC and Cricket Stars. Kokar now on strike. Flicks this into the leg side, and there's a fielder out on the leg side, but I don't think he's going to get there. And that's going to be the first boundary, and it's cuatro carreiras here for the Gamblers SC. 2 straight from Bardwaj. And this one flicked nicely off the pads, and Amandeep Kokar off the mark with the boundary. And again down the leg side, finds a little bit of an inside edge, but it's good fielding from Mithul Patel. Gets a foot on this one, and he keeps it to just the 2 runs. But a good early first over here for the GSC. And into the offside, but he finds the man, and it's an early wicket. So mixed over here early on for both teams. Amandeep Kokar looking to go big into the offside, but he picks out the man, and then the first wicket falls, and GSC are 10 for 1. Just a little bit too early, possibly trying to go too hard at the ball there. Lost his shape really. But the man has to go. He goes for 6, and it's an early wicket for the Lisbon Capitals. So the stand-in skipper for Raul Bardwaj, obviously standing in for Azan Andani, missing out here. So it'll be interesting to see who they push up towards the top of the innings. But obviously Taj Mohammed has been the man getting most of the runs and also a lot of the wickets for the Lisbon Capitals, but also Bardwaj has been chipping in with wickets as well. The Lisbon Capitals, they'll be hoping to try and get off the bottom of the table here. And the new batsman is Kumar, and he solidly plays this back to the bowler, gives it the respect it deserves, and at the end of a pretty eventful first over, Gamblers are 10 for 1. And we're going to see the hat-trick man from earlier in the week. He's going to be taking the second over. But we get to take a look at the bat versus ball wall. And well, there you go. Expected score of 90 and 91. Obviously, par score around this ground is looking to be anywhere up and near the 100 mark. So Gamblers, they'll be looking to try and get towards that 91 if they can. But again, I think the issue there is going to be for the Lisbon Capitals. Average runs against them at the moment is 97. So just proving they just need to tighten things up here for in the middle in terms of bowling and fielding. And if they can restrict the Gamblers SE to a total here, they're going to be feeling as if they're going to be well more than capable of chasing that target down. But again, a huge welcome to everybody tuning in on the European Cricket Network with myself, Charlie Hunt, here for match 15 as we're going to get the second over underway. It's a good start from Taj Mohammed. This one just outside the offside. And I think Taj Mohammed is going to have a real vital role to play here for the Lisbon Capitals. He's obviously going to be hoping that other players in and around him in the squad can turn up here for the Capitals. Obviously off the back of an exceptional golden ball victory Sunday, and this is an outstanding delivery as Kuldeep Goliath trying to play this into the offside. Slashing and slashing hard, but gets nothing on it. But a good early start from Taj Mohammed here. As the batsmen meet in the middle, just have a little bit of a conversation. I think Kuldeep Golia might be saying, I'm just going to try and get off strike here. He's yet to get off the mark. His fourth delivery face now. This is shorter and completely mistimed. And well, they started to go, and it could be close. Direct hit would have been very interesting. And there's a serious bit of a discussion in the middle as we take another look here. Well, he was halfway down, got sent back, and he would have been gone with a direct hit. Good early pressure here from the Lisbon Capitals. And again, flashing hard. Kuldeep Golia not looking comfortable at the crease at the moment. One of the leading run scorers in this tournament. Yet to get off the mark here. Face the equivalent of an over now without getting a run off the bat. And the score in Italy at the moment. MCC requiring 39 off of 24. They're 53 for 5 after 6 overs. So plenty of cricket going on here on the European Cricket Network. This is Fuller, and this is hit into the leg side, and they push through for the single, and that causes the fumble by man at mid-on. They come through pretty comfortably for 1 run. So Golia eventually off the mark. Christian Gamagi, 18 off of 8 over in Italy at the moment. Lisbon Capitals only 1 victory to their name, and that was an emphatic victory with a golden ball. They're going to look to try and add another one here. This one stays low, and Ankush Kumar almost does well to not get anything on this one. Another excellent tidy over from Taj Mohammed. 1 run coming off it near the end of the second. Gamblers SC are 11 for 1. There we go. There's the standings that I've been talking about. Lisbon here going to be getting up to their 6-match mark. Gamblers, there'll be 8 matches played after tonight's play, but if they can take 2 here, they'll go, or any victory here in this evening's play will get them to a point in the table where they'll be 2 points ahead of Marla Kalanders. And we're going to see the skipper Raul Bhardwaj bowling out his second over here. Kuldeep Golia struggling again in this over so far, missing out on that one again. This is tidy bowling from Raul Bhardwaj. Just 9 times out of 10 keeping it on that stump to stump line. There's a big appeal, and it's gone. Buck Stoneman puts his hand up, and the fingers up. There's a bit of confusion as to whether or not it's been given, but it has been given, and Kuldeep Golia, well, he never looked comfortable here. And it's another wicket, the second wicket for Bhardwaj. We take another look here. It's the back pad, it's bang in front, and that's a good decision in my opinion from Buck Stoneman. Right on the knee there of Kuldeep Golia. He's furious with himself, just never looked comfortable, and another wicket falls, and the Gamblers are 11 for 2. Lisbon Capitals, they're up for this one here. They're electric out in the outfield at the moment. And a man who batted very well earlier in this tournament is Ranjit Narayan. And he's got a job to do here. He was able to pull Gamblers out of a bit of a sticky situation earlier on in this tournament. And he flat bats this, and no single taken whatsoever. Ball isn't taken cleanly, and it's a dot ball. It's all happening here early on. I think he was home safe. He was home safely, and it wasn't even taken cleanly by Partu Jump. But good pressure from this fielding unit of the Lisbon Capitals, looking like a bundle of energy at the moment in the field from everyone. Gamblers struggling early on. Once again, just going back to Ranjit Narayan. Ended up with a score of 48 not out off of 27 deliveries. That was against the Coimbra Knights, that was on Monday, match number 12. He's got a job to do here. This is going to be into the leg side, and it's going to be first run for Narayan as he's off the mark with a single. And I know that there's going to be many people going back and forth between streams, obviously here in Portugal, and then you've obviously got the rescheduled match number 5 between Roma CC and Cricket Stars out in Rome. Well, it's a little bit of a gundy ball and not how Bardwaj would have wanted to deliver that ball there. And it's clipped off the legs off of Narayan. Correction, that wasn't Narayan, that was actually Angus Kumar. And this is going to be Cuatro Carreiras, and he's off the mark with a boundary. Bardwaj just letting this one drop a little bit. Too far down the leg side. He's not going to miss out here, but he wants to have a comeback to finish off his spell. This is full and just dropped into the leg side and eventually fielded by Akshar Patel, and it's a dog ball and a good comeback from Bardwaj. And at the end of the third, at the end of the power play, Gamblers 16 for 2. So it's a good first over, 10 coming off of that first over for the Gamblers. But they've struggled in overs 2 and 3 with 6 runs off of the last 2 overs. Again, a huge welcome to everybody joining in and out of the chat. Obviously, many games going on here. We've got 7 games this evening on the European Cricket Network. So 1 more than the usual 6 when we have the night series running alongside a European Cricket Series out in Rome. Asking, what's the temperature like? Well, it's again similar weather that it has been over the last few days. And we're going to see Taj Mohammed continuing here. And this time gives himself a little bit of room, does Narayan? Just flat batted into the offside, and it's collected by Mithul Patel. And it's just going to be 1 run. If anything, it's probably a little bit cooler actually today. Currently set at 27 degrees, but that's going to enjoy the cooler temperatures as we're looking as we're going to be getting up towards the 39-40 degree mark on Sunday, where there'll be 3 games coming your way. Wow, this is full, and the extra pace makes things a little bit easier, and it's another boundary for Angus Kumar. This is Cuatro Carreiras into the leg side. A little bit too full, too straight, and Kumar is quick to pounce on that one, and it's 4 runs to the total. So Taj Mohammed, and this one is let through by Kumar. It's judged a wide by Gert Oosthuizen. So those are your officials on field, Doc Stoneman and Gert Oosthuizen. And then third umpire is Conrad Greenshields, who is obviously sitting alongside tournament referee Tyrone Peters. Wow, this is short and this is wide. And that man, he's seeing it well here, Angus Kumar, and that's the first 6 corridas here this evening in Portugal. Taj Mohammed getting pushed off of his line and length. Gets pushed even further, and this one sails over the boundary for 6 more runs. Angus Kumar looking comfortable early on. He moves on to 14. It looks like things. This one finds the leading outside edge. Angus Kumar was just trying to play this into the leg side for a single. But a good comeback from Mohammed. And it seems that Roma CC have beaten Cricket Stars by 4 wickets in that match. So anyone who is slowly making their way over, a very warm welcome to you. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here for match number 15. It's a big appeal. And Gertu stands his ground. Turns it down. It was strong appeals. We take another look. And it's certainly a close call. Does step across. I think it's one of those ones, obviously, with the in-swing early on in this innings, especially from Taj Mohammed. Might have just been missing leg stump. I think if we had the use of a full DRS system, that one would have been given as an umpire's call, I have to say. Very well welcome to Prakash and Kyanun as well. This one, his time is over at the offside. And it beats the infield and it beats the man, Mithul Patel, who's unable to stop this one. And this one runs away for 4 runs. Bit of a full toss, really, from Taj Mohammed. It was a good attempt out in the field from Mithul Patel, however, unable to cut this one off. And a good over from the Gamblers, 16 off it, and at the end of the 4th, 32 for 2. Well, don't forget that we have flicked the switch to prime time, the European Cricket Championship, the ECC. We will be under lights in 2022, so starting at 9:30, 11:30, 1:30, 3:30, 5:30, and then in India, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and then 11 o'clock. So prime time in both Europe and India. And that's certainly going to be exciting. And I know I heard Rico talking about it a little bit earlier in the day. He was saying he was looking forward to it, as he was certainly saying that there were some sensational sunsets in Khartoum. So hopefully this time they'll be able to be broadcasted. But again, certainly looking forward to the European Cricket Championship coming up in a few weeks. But we get the introduction of spin as Akshar Patel starts with a shorter delivery. But Narayan misses out on this one, just into the leg side for 1 run. Brings the dangerous Kumar back on strike. This is just into the offside, and good running. They come through comfortably for 1 run. This time again into the leg side. Once again, not getting all of this Narayan. That's another 1 run. So this is tidy over from Akshar Patel. Well, this is lofted, and this is straight over the bowler's head, and that's going to be 1 bounce 4. And again, Ankush Kumar looking comfortable out in the middle. Steps down the track, meets the bowler, sails back over his head, and it's 4 runs to the total. Just asking, is Anand Dani in the team? Well, I said at the start of the show, might have missed it, might have still been tuning into Italy. As this is just blocked and trying to rotate the strike, but it's collected well off of his own bowling. And as Anand Dani isn't in the team, the information I've been told is that he has picked up an injury. I'm not sure as to what the extent of that injury is, but he's missing out today. And goes for the switch hit. There's an appeal. I don't think it was off the bat. My early instincts is that it came off of the pad as he went for the switch hit. We see here. I think this is a good call by Buck Stoneman. Yeah, just flicked the right pad of Akshar Patel. He pointed at it pretty early. But again, a pretty tidy over from Akshar Patel. And after 5 overs at the halfway stage, Gamblers SC 39 for 2. No, so Azan Andani missing out due to injury, and the new skipper for the Capitals is Bhardwaj, who had a pretty good spell with the ball. He bowled out his 2 overs, 2 for 15. And the new bowler, Arslan Naseem, starts off with a wide. And we're going to take a look here. Good bit of keeping. The foot does rise, but I think he manages to get it back down in time. We see here, well, that one could be close. That one will be interesting to take another look at. And that one, it'd be interesting if we get that one slowed down. Take another look here. It was obviously given as a wide. I think this is going to be crucial here. His foot's up, 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 down. So he's in by just a frame. Very, very close. And again, good work from Partizan. But a good bit of work from Jujan, just keeping on the toes of Ranjit Narayan. This into the offside, cuts this away. Fielded by the man out patrolling the boundary. Just be the one run.
Boy, Sunny boy, good bowling, boy.
Naseem continuing here. This is slashed and slashed hard, but it's going to evade everyone. And it's going to be another boundary. And it's one bounce for cuatro carreras for the Gamblers SC. Again, too wide for my liking from Naseem. Allows Kumar to be given the room that he desires. And he pounces on this one, and it's slashed and slashed away hard. This one just skids through and evades everything. Might have got a little bit of the glove of Partizan. It's eventually well fielded. To prevent this from going for any more than just the one bye comes through. This is full up, bit of a full toss. Will take some cutting off. Well, he did the hard work. That's the skipper, Rahul Bhardwaj. He got round there. Was unable to get anything from in front of it, really. But a good effort nonetheless. But it's another 4 runs here for Gamblers SC. It was a good effort from the fielder in the deep. Just wasn't able to prevent it from falling through. There's another appeal, and it's given. And this time, it's a good comeback from Naslan Naseem. He's got a bit of tap early in this over, but he gets the comeback and he gets the wicket of Ranjit Narayan. And that one, again, at the time of impact, you have to say that that was really looking as if it was going to go on to be hitting the leg stump. But another wicket falls, and GSC are 50 for 3. And it'll be the skipper who makes his way out to the crease for the Gamblers SC, Chitesh Kumar Bakrishna. A good comeback from Aslan Naseem. He gets his first wicket.
सानी ले ले तुझे पता है कैसे लेना है
Well, this is short, and I think it might have clipped the helmet there. And is given as leg byes. So another boundary to finish the over. Bit of an expensive one, but they got the breakthrough. And at the end of the 6th over, Gamblers are 54 for 3. The new bowler will be Mithul Patel. Take a look at the bowling stats here. 2 wickets for the skipper Rahul Bhardwaj. Taz Mohammed, he only had one run off of his first over, and then conceded 16 in his second. So not the comeback from him that we would have wanted to see. It's not going to be Mithul Patel. We're going to see Akshar Patel continuing. with a bit of off spin. On the sweep, and he gets all of this. This sails into the stand, and this is going to be 6 corridas for Ankush Kumar. Moves on to the 30s now. Got all of this. Took a big step across. Bit of a slot delivery. And it's punished into the leg side. And Kumar, the saving grace here for the Gamblers SC once again. Kumar, he scored a total of 117 in this tournament before this game. Advances, and this is hit, and again hit well. But it will be cut off this time by Aslan Naseem, and it's just the 1 run. Good work in the deep again this time. So Ankush Kumar, he's the 4th highest run scorer at the moment. I think he might be 3rd after this innings. They come through, could be close with the direct hit. And there's no one backing up, so this is going to run away towards the boundary, but he's going to come round. Only going to cost them the 1 run. And it's well fielded in the end by Mithul Patel on the offside boundary. He eventually came through, prevented that one from being some overthrows. This is dragged into the leg side by Krishna. Will just be the 1 run. It's another direct hit. It's a great bit of work from the man out in the deep. It's Taj Mohammed. See here, he was in comfortably, but with only 1 stump to aim at, on the full as well. Good bit of work, really. And again on the sweep. Doesn't really get all of this. It's a bit of a top edge, but it sails over the short leg side boundary. And Ankush Kumar goes boom again, 6 corridas. Making the most of that short leg side boundary. Moves on to 40 now. And he now puts himself also 2nd highest run scorer in this tournament so far. So having played the most games as well. And this is just played into the offside. That's sensible cricket. He's had a few big bombs off of this over. 2 6s already. Just plays this sensibly into the offside. And he'll keep the striker at the end of the 7th. Gamblers going at just above 10 and over, 71 for 3. And we mentioned it earlier, obviously being flicked to under the lights. But there you go. That's what's going to be happening between the dates of the 12th of September and the 14th of October. The European Cricket Championship out in Spain at Cartamao Cricket Oval. Group 8, they'll be starting, and there'll be some familiar names to European Cricket Network viewers. Corey Ruckers will obviously be coaching the Spanish team. And Charles will be with Czech as well. And we're going to see the introduction of Mithul Patel. Not the start that he would have wanted. This is punished into the leg side, and Ankush Kumar looking very comfortable at the moment. And that's another boundary for him, and it's 4 corridas. This is swept into the leg side. Not the start from Patel here that he would have wanted. Interesting to see the keeper standing back. Wow, this is even bigger into the leg side. That's got snow on it. Comes down and clatters to the top of the stand. And that, what a way to bring up your half century. Ankush Kumar moves on to 50 with that 6 runs there. And again, bit of saving grace. They were struggling early on, were the Gamblers at one point. 11 for 2. They've now recovered, and they're now 81 for 3 here. Much to the thanks of Ankush Kumar. 51 off of 21 for him. 6 4s, 4 6s, striking at 242. Astonishing bit of cricket here. but we've still got 2.4 overs remaining. You can certainly do some more damage. Good comeback from Mithul Patel. This on a good, better line and length. And this one is a dot ball through to the keeper. Advances, bit of an outside edge. It's going to sail over. I think that's Sanam Ryan. It's going to be another boundary, and it's another 4 runs for the GSC. Was looking to open up the offside. Didn't quite get all of it, but this one ended up flying over the infield and raced away towards the boundary. Very good evening to Jonathan Woodward. Saying good to hear you commentating at last. Hope you're well, John. And hope you're enjoying the coverage. This is into the leg side. It should just be the 1 run. But good cricket again from Kumar. Sensible cricket. Hasn't tried to take every single ball over the boundary. Knows that sometimes just the 1 is acceptable. Obviously wants to be on strike for as much as possible. And the skipper, Krishna, over swinging here. And it's the end to a good over. If you're a Gamblers SC fan, 15 from it at the end of the 8th. Gamblers 86 for 3. Another worm there. Just proving that they obviously had a bit of a struggle early on. Angus Kumar came in at number 3, and he certainly settled the ship. And Arslan Naseem is going to continue here. Good first over from him. Got the breakthrough, got the wicket, and you go for 10 runs as well. Bit of a half an appeal. This one turned down by Buckstoneman.
Good bowling, good ball,
I think there was a bit of a wood sound as well. Bit of an inside edge. But again, a huge warm welcome to everybody in and around the world tuning in, whether on our YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. Oh, that's the first time we've seen the scoop here in Portugal. Not quite executed to perfection, just getting over the wicketkeeper Portugal. Didn't really have much of an idea. It's not easy if you're standing up with a lid on, and they come through for a single. But it's the first time we've seen this shot attempted. It was a good delivery from Naseem. He stuck to his line, but it wasn't executed. Krishna trying to play this into the offside. I think at this point in, you just want to try and get bat on ball and get the danger man Kumar back on strike, really. Only a matter of a handful of balls really to face now. This is short, and well, he certainly gets bat on ball. He gets a lot of bat on this one, and this is flat and hard, and this is 6 runs for the Gamblers SC. Middles this one, sails over the infield and sails over the boundary rope, and it's 6 runs and 6-2 the total. Umpire Gertu stays unfazed, doesn't move a muscle. That's a good comeback from Naseem. Keeps it full, line and length, and again, simple cricket. Just a matter of, well, you miss, I hit, and that is the 5th wicket to full, and the 4th wicket to full. Gamblers to 93 for 4. Trying to play this into the leg side, was unable to do so. But a good contribution nonetheless. Goes for 9 off of 7 with that one maximum into the leg side. One delivery remaining here. Bit of a quiet 9th over, really. Just the 1-6 and the wicket so far, as the new batsman Devander Mela has made his way to the crease. If you are watching on our YouTube channel, do subscribe as we edge ever closer to that 300,000 subscriber mark. This is hit well down the ground. Mithul Patel will collect this and it'll just be 1 run. So a mixed over, all happening here in the 9th. And with 1 over remaining, Gamblers are 94 for 4. And we are going to see Mithul Patel. He's going to be bowling the 10th and final over here. London Mehta will be on strike for the first delivery. It'll be interesting to see what tactic he takes on here, whether he just wants to get Ankush Kumar on strike or if he goes for success himself. He goes for success. It's an outside edge and it's taken. But it's a good catch from the man on the 45 on the angle. And Mithul Patel gets his first wicket in this match. Bit of an outswinging delivery, really. Pop straight up. It's a simple catch for Sadam Rayan. And it's the 5th wicket to fall. Gamblers 94 for 5. And there was a question from, it was Jonathan Woodward, just asking what the highest total on this ground has been this tournament. And it was right on the first day. Marlow Kalanders, they hit 135 for 2 off of their 10 overs. Since then, we've rarely seen many totals get to and above that 100 mark. Wow, what a good start for the new batsman. He comes straight away and he starts with a big 6 down the ground, and it says corridas here in Portugal. Parveen Singh, who will have a job to do with the ball in a few moments' time, starts well. It's a slot delivery, gets punished, and it's 6 runs. I've had a few 6s being hit to the left and right of me here in the commentary box. I haven't had one that's really worried me yet. And Parveen Singh trying to go big once again into the leg side. But Mithul Patel sticking to his line and length. And again, another good example of you miss, I hit. And Singh has to go 6 off of 2. And another wicket falls. Gamblers 100 for 6. So obviously that 6 brought up the 100 for the Gamblers. And I think they'll feel if they can get another 1 or 2 boundaries off the final 3 deliveries in this over, they'll feel that they have set a total that they believe that they can defend. Obviously, we'll be looking forward to seeing Nitin Kamboj alongside Parveen Singh. Be very interesting to see how they deploy their tactics. And the new batsman is Nishant Verma. It's another left-handed batsman. 3 deliveries to negotiate from Mithul Patel. It's a good delivery. Just sneaks into the leg side, and it will get the danger man Kumar on strike for the final 2 deliveries. Sorry if certain Prakash is still in the chat. He was asking about an insight into into the life of the crew here. And if you check on the European Cricket Network socials channels, there's a little video that I did. But Ankush Kumar into the leg side, and that's going to be another 6. And add that to the counter. Says Corredas Mas here in Portugal. It wasn't a terrible delivery, but he was just able to get enough bat on this one, and it sailed over. It had the height, and it certainly had the legs. So, final delivery here. And it's a bit of a top edge. It's going to run away. And the final 2 deliveries of this over. And the innings go for 10 runs. And at the end of an eventful 10 overs, the Gamblers finished on 111 for 6. So the Lisbon Capitals will require 112 for victory. Prakash, just so you know, on both Instagram and Twitter, you can have a look at that. But we take a look at the highlights. And, well, the man at the top who's really been the source of most of the runs for the Gamblers SC, Kuldeep Golia, never really looked comfortable. Amandeep Kokar hitting the first boundary there. Nice flick off the pads, but he wasn't really able to convert anything after that, as he was eventually caught by Mithul Patel. It was a good catch, running backwards, and he was able to take that one safely. But then, as you can see there, Kuldeep Golia never looking comfortable. Only the 1 run for him off of 9 deliveries. But it was a good opening spell from Rahul Bhardwaj. 2 overs for him and 2 wickets for only 15 runs, going at 7.5 and over. But that brought the dangerous batsman coming in at number 3, Ankush Kumar, and he looked to go straight away with some beautiful shots both on the offside and on the leg side. He ended up scoring 67 off of 28 deliveries, 8 fours and 5 sixes for him. And if it wasn't for him, then it would have been a very interesting total to see. Well, 46 runs for Ankush Kumar coming in through the leg side. Only the 21 off the offside, so not as one-dimensional as we've seen over the week. But there were certainly some outstanding cricket shots. And then the middle order, no one really coming off, really. Only the one batsman, Ankush Kumar, getting into double figures. Everyone else contributing slightly. A 6 for Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna and Parveen Singh. And a boundary for Ranjit Narayan, but no one really getting going. As Ankush Kumar really just held anchor at the other end. Just went about his own business. Said, well, if no one else is going to do it, I'll do it for my team here. And what innings that was. Well, that flew off the helmet. Luckily he was okay, but that was one of many sixes, one of 5 in fact for Ankush Kumar. Well, the first one was so nice, he had to do it twice, and that one ended up sailing over. Bit of a top edge, that one. And that one, well, that was even better. That flew a long way. But again, looking at the bowlers, there was a good effort from Aslin Naseem alongside Rahul Bhardwaj, 2 overs for each other. Bhardwaj 2 for 15 and Naseem 2 for 18. Akshar Patel didn't bowl terribly, but he ended up with figures of none for 24. But he was bowling at the dangerous Ankush Kumar, so not an easy job. But they've got a bit of a job to do in a matter of moments. They've been set 112 for victory by the GSC. Well, there's one of the hardest shots you'll ever see hit. That was punished into the leg side, but next ball, very next delivery, he was cleaned up by Aslan Naseem. And the skipper for the GSC, he had to go. And well, that brought the new man to the crease, which was Narinder Mela, but he was one of 2 wickets for Mithul Patel. And we ended up seeing Parveen Singh. Well, he went boom straight away down the ground. But very next ball was cleaned all ends up by Mithul Patel, who ended up with 2 wickets to his name. And that one just tumbling into middle and leg stump. But for the 2 final deliveries, it was the danger man Ankush Kumar was on strike. He went 6 into the leg side, and then to finish off, well, things go your way. There's not really much to stop it. This was a top edge, and it flew over the keeper, and it was 4 runs. So 10 runs coming off of the last 2 deliveries. But don't go anywhere. as we'll be back in a matter of 10 minutes or so, as the Gamblers have set 112 for victory for the Lisbon Capitals. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Manano do Corvo. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here for the second innings of match number 15 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. Well, we're going to see the Gamblers SC. They're going to be trying to defend their total of 111. Lisbon Capitals, they require 112 for victory. And victory here would certainly help them out in the table, obviously sitting bottom of the table at the moment. Obviously haven't played the least amount of games yet to play their 5th and 6th games. But a victory would get them level points on with Coimbra Knights, possibly moving them into 4th position, just depending on the net run rate. But at the top of the order, it's going to be obviously a change for the Lisbon Capitals, after obviously not having one of the main batsmen, Zarandani, missing out due to injury. But what I can tell you is Mithul Patel will be at the top of the order. He'll be taking the he won't be taking first, but it will be Aslan Naseem. He's done a good job with the bat, with the ball, but he's now got it all to do with the bat, I should say. And no surprise, we're going to see Parveen Singh. Took a 5 earlier on in this tournament, got on the honours board. He'll be opening up for the Gamblers here. And he will most likely be supported by Nitin Kamboj in the second over. He's just getting loose in front of me here. But we're ready to get underway in the response. And it's going to be Parveen Singh for GSC. Starts with a bit of a loosener. Bit short, it's down the leg side, and he starts off in classic European style. Starts off with a wide. So Parveen Singh gets a bowl a legal delivery. Well, this is, and it's met with the full face of the bat and respected to round it mid-off. Just a dot ball. Missing Kamboj on your screen at the moment. No doubt that he'll have a job to do with his 2 overs with the ball as well. I have to say, one of the more threatening opening partnerships. Partnership of Parveen Singh and Nitin Kamboj for the Gamblers SC. Back of the length, and again, just played back to the bowler. But again, a warm welcome to everybody around the world, whether you're tuning in on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you are, do hit that subscribe button, like the stream as well. Shows us that you're supporting and enjoying the broadcast. But again, also welcome to everybody watching on FanCode in India. And this is looks as if there was a bit of a nick on this one. And Kuldeep Galia, well, he didn't have a good day with the bat early on, and again struggles here. Puts this one down, and it's a missed opportunity. This one just lifting, comes really off the face of the bat as he opened the face. Galia was just a little bit slow on this one. Did pop up a little bit. It was eventually put down, and it's an early drop, and Naseem has an early life. Very good afternoon to Kirsty Redhead. Hello, Kirsty. How are you? Missing you here on the ground, of course. And this one will be played down to third man for 1 run. And it's the first runs off the bat for the Capitals. And hello to CG Sharp as well. James Stewart alongside many others in the chat. Keanu Nolan as well. A huge thank you to everybody who is in there at the moment, keeping me company here on solo commentary duties. But we're now going to see Mithul Patel, his first involvement in this tournament. He has got 41 to his name last year. Looking to go big early on. This is out on this one. Parveen Singh just chucking this one up there, allowing it to get some lateral movement, and it's a dot ball. Good first tidy over from Parveen Singh. He looked relaxed going into this game. Obviously got a big 6 to start. Kirsty saying the ECN crew sampled my cheesecake. I certainly did. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing you again on Friday. There's a bit of an appeal. I think this has come off the pad, really. And Gertu stays and turns around and says, no, not out for me. see here. And certainly off the pad. Was late on that one for sure. Good take from Kuldeep Gilea this time. And a good over, 2 from it. After the first over, the Capitals 2 for none. So there we go. The counter continues to rise, obviously. We broke the record. It got up to a 405 on Sunday. But then the Lisbon Capitals, they almost came out of nowhere, really, and enforced a golden ball. They ended up going on to win it. And then we're obviously now set at 16 matches with that one. We wonder how long it's going to take. But no surprise, Nitin Kamboj going to be bowling the second over here for GSC. Starts with a short, wide delivery outside off, and is signalled wide. So similar fashion to how Parveen Singh started his over. Starts with a wide. And this one is fuller, bit of a full toss. And Kuldeep Gilea unable to get a glove on this one again, and it's just going to be 1 by. So not the start with the gloves as well that we used to see from Gilea. Not having a good time of it at the moment, but he's a talented player. As they say, form is temporary, class is permanent. Alright, it's called a no ball, and I think that might be for front foot. Can't see as if it's going to be for fielders. And it's signalled no ball, and it's going to be a free hit. So Mithul Patel got a license here. And we have got a free hit. And this one clatters into the ribs. I might have hurt a little bit, but a good delivery from Nitin Kamboj. I think that was really the effort ball. Put his back into that one, that's for sure. And the free hit doesn't cost them anything. And this is slapped hard, but it's been dropped. Did well to prevent it from flying over his head for a boundary. It's the skipper, Krishna. He had a good couple of opportunities, but this one goes astray. It's a second drop for the Gamblers, and it's again an early life for this time for Mithul Patel. CJ just saying, is that Buckstone? It certainly is Buckstone alongside Garthushazen. And Naseem tries to slash this into the offside, but gets nothing on it. But again, a good tidy over early on here for Kamboj. Well, this is flicked off the legs, and this is going to be 1 bounce 4, and that's going to be a welcome boundary. And it's for off the bat of Arsleen Naseem. Again, similar to what the way that Amandeep Kokar played this. Just waits for it, times it well, and it sails away towards the boundary. 4 runs. So Kamboj needs a response to finish off his over here. This is up in the air. There is a man there, but it's going to sail over his head, and it's Ranjit Narayan. They come through for the 1 run. So 8 runs off of the second, and the Lisbon Capitals are 11 for none. So 2 overs down, 11 on the board, and now the run rate now sat at 12.62 and over. And we're going to see Parveen Singh bowl out his allotment of overs. Naseem He hit a nice boundary into the leg side. Tried to replicate it, but didn't get it right. But he's facing now and lets this one through. And is signalled wide by Gertus Tazen. This is a better delivery, better line and length. Doesn't all ends up really. Isn't able to get anything on this one, but again a good take from Kuldeep Golia. Looks like he's slowly coming alive here. Obviously struggled only scoring one run with the bat, and obviously taking an early drop catch. Goes for the big swing into the offside. Went for the big drive. Didn't get anything on it. Again, outstanding delivery from Parveen Singh. Well, this one lifts off. Kuldeep Golia just sticks a hand out. And they come through for one run, so he come through for the bye. But obviously Parveen Singh, 9 wickets in this tournament so far, and he's second to that man who's certainly putting his name in the hat for MVP so far, Ankush Kumar, 10 wickets as well. He's top of the standings so far. He's bowled 3 overs less than Parveen Singh as well. And this is hit down the ground, and a close could be hit, and flows through. Good work pushing that single hard, and Mithul Patel comes through for the single. Shorter, and this is going to find the outside edge. It's going to run away to third man, but it's good. Gets the long barrier out. And again, another single to the total. Need a couple of boundaries here. Again, 1 or 2 boundaries, and the Capitals are right back in this at the moment. See, 1 delivery left in the power play. This is full, good Yorker length, wide Yorker, gets it in the right area to dot ball to finish. And at the end of the third, Capitals 15 for none. So Parveen Singh, off of his 2 overs, only concedes the 5 runs. No wicket to his name, but certainly doing the job that was asked for him. No early breakthrough, so no wickets falling for the Capitals, which is always good to come out of the 3rd over with all 10 wickets in hand. And there's the end of the over signal by Bucks. And it's going to be Kamboj to bowl the 4th here. This one is pushed into the offside. Gets a little bit unlucky. It sort of digs into the edge of the mat. Mithul Patel turns around and says, nope, not for me. And it's just dot ball to start for Kamboj. And this is down the leg side. Good stop from Golia. Doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you prevent any more runs being leaked down the leg side. It's a wide ball. And John just saying, isn't there a bunch of gnomes in front of the scoreboard? There certainly are. I can tell you that they're imitating a game of cricket. It's a lovely clubhouse that they have here, the Coimbra Knights. So this is their home ground. They'll be back in action tomorrow. This is hit and hit well. And it's through the man. He gets a hand on it, but it's going to get all the way. Well, he managed to get a hand on it, but it wasn't enough. And it's 4 runs to the total. It's 4 carreras for Naseem. Devander Mela got a hand on it, but it just got to the boundary. Only just another half a metre, and it would have been safe. But it's 4 runs, and they're only 2 runs behind it where GSC were at this point. This is short, and they come through for the single. So rotating the strike after the boundary. Good cricket from the 2 openers so far. This one doing Mithul Patel all ends up. It's another dot ball, and Mithul Patel, he's just eating up a few balls here. 2 runs coming off of 8 deliveries. Boundary might just settle the nerves here. This is going to be a wide through the offside. And Kamboj just getting thrown off his line of length. I think Mithul Patel was just trying to give himself a bit of room, trying to open up the offside. I don't mind. And it just pushed Kamboj to go a little bit wider, but he went too wide, and it's a wide ball. Full toss into the leg side, doesn't get a lot on it. And it's just cloth to Narayan, who will bring that in for just the 1 run. So 1 delivery remaining in this over. 1 delivery remaining in Kamboj's spell. 16 for no wicket off of his 1.5 overs. Are they going to go? Are they going to do what openers tend to be put in for and see off the openers? And they have. They've managed to do it without losing a wicket. So the 2 openers have bowled out at the end of the 4th. The Capitals 23 for none. Gives us an opportunity to take a look at what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. Well, obviously we've got 3 more days of cricket in Italy, and then that brings us to the end of our Italian summer. We make our way to Dresden in Germany from the 1st of August. We have a bit of a German summer holiday. 4 weeks in Germany, starting in Dresden and then moving to Krefeld, where we were there obviously just a few months ago for the International Tri-Series. And then we'll be making our way to Belgium. We'll be making our way to Brussels for 2 weeks, and then after that we get the European Cricket Championship underway. 5 weeks of T10 international cricket, but plenty of cricket left out here in Portugal. Rahman into the attack, and Rahman starts with a wide ball. There's a bit of a negotiation going on in the chat at the moment between Kirsty and Jonathan. I was talking about Madrid CC for a tour. So Mithul Patel on strike at the moment. 3 off of 9 so far. A boundary just to get him going would go really nicely here. This is heading to the leg side off the splice of the bat. Well, it was just going to be 1 run, but a bit of magic comes out of nowhere. Mithul Patel, lazy running, doesn't get there in time, and Devandhan Mela just took a bit of a shot in the dark there. Got the throw in and a direct hit, and Mithul Patel has to go, and the first wicket falls, and the Capitals are 25 for 1. Might be a bit of a blessing in disguise there. Mithul Patel never really looking comfortable in the crease. 4 off of 10. Then we see here, hit into the leg side. They were just sort of leisurely coming through for a single. And Mela, well, he was just like, well, if you're going to take, you see there, they just leisurely coming through. He stopped, got the throw in, and you could see there, he's just furious with himself. So a bit of controversy there. And Mithul Patel, he has to go. Brings the new batsman, Salah Makburi, to the crease. So a bit of luck there for the Gamblers. It was a good throw in, it has to be said. Direct hit always helps. This is an inside edge onto the pads, and they'll come through for just the one run. It brings the new batsman Akbari on strike. So obviously Devender Mela making up for that misfield that ended up going through him for 4. It's manages to get the direct hit. Really came out of nowhere, really. There's a bit of an appeal, I think, just trying to take the umpire's mind away from the fact that it was wide off the offside. Gatu stays and turns around, says, I'm not going to fall for that, and it's signalled wide. Interesting to see here. Akbari coming in at number 3. He's got a job to do, 87 or 34. One big over, and the game can change. One big over will bring the Capitals right back into the mix here. Hit into the offside, and will just be the one as collected by Pradabin Singh. Well, they're going to come off. It's come off the batsman. They are going to come through for the single. And well, in similar fashion to what I can remember as the World Cup final, off the bat in pretty similar fashion. The run will stand, so it's 2 on the board. There's a few complaints from the GSC side, but obviously imagine being in a World Cup final and that being the reason you go to a super over. But it's 2 to the total nonetheless. This is off the legs and just clipped into the offside, into the leg side I should say, just for 1 run. So Shayadur Rahman here. His first over. Well, this is flicked and flicked well. And that looks like it's gone all the way, and it has. It's flat and it's hard. It's gone all the way. It sails over the rope, and it's 6 corridas for the Lisbon Capitals. Good shot from Arslan Naseem. It was 2 straight from Rahman, and it was punished into the leg side, and Naseem now goes above a runner ball. 19 for him now. A few more shots like that, and he'll be right in this match. Well, the Capitals. And this is going to be a wide down the offside. And Rahman just struggling here. That's now 13 off of this over. 1 delivery remaining. Just helping here. The run rate dropping. It was just at around the 16 runs and over mark. Just dropping below 15 now. And a big swing from Naseem. It's a dot ball, so a good comeback from Rahman. 13 runs off it, and at the halfway stage, the Capitals 36 for 1. Take a look here. Obviously, only the 1 wicket falling, and it was Mithul Patel, 3 off of 10. Bit of an interesting dismissal, really, but he had to go. It was a good run out from Devender Mela. You can see that. Interesting to see where Taj Mohammed comes into the lineup, as he's obviously been one of the main sources of runs. Obviously missing a crucial part of their team in the opener and skipper, or usual skipper, as Anandani, but he's out injured. So to see where the Lisbon Capitals will get their runs will certainly be an interesting point of conversation over the next few days in this tournament. We're going to see Jay Prakash now into the attack. There was an appeal, I think, just to asked the question whether or not it was pad before bat or bat before pad. It's given us not out, and you can see they're only 4 runs behind at the moment. So as I keep saying, 1 big over from the Capitals, 2 or 3 boundaries in an over, and they can really get into this game, as this one certainly was. Bat onto pad. Good call from umpire Bucks. And this is thrashed in, trying to thrash into the offside. No real foot movement from Akbari. Obviously, currently sat on 3 runs at the moment. Can hit a long ball, more than capable. They all can. It's just a matter of giving themselves the opportunity of getting the iron. It tends to be what you see in T10 is batsmen try and go straight away and get themselves out early cheaply. And Akbari trying to play this again hard into the offside, but not able to do so. And Jay Prakash, and they yet to concede a run off of his first over yet. They're trying to go into the leg side. They go up for the appeal, but I think this one was sliding down leg. But he's just trying to get bat on ball, but unable to do so, but they come through for the single anyway. Take another look. Certainly going down to miss leg stump. Good call again from the umpire. I have to say the officials over the last few days, obviously on to the 7th night now, the officials have been pretty much top notch. And well, the opener Aslan Naseem has to go, trying to turn this into the leg side, and the ball clatters into the top of the stumps, and we could be on for a wicket maiden here as Prakash gets his first, and the second wicket falls. The Capitals 37 for 2. Good delivery, top of off, doesn't really get much better than that. Naseem just trying to drag this into the leg side, just trying to turn it around the corner, but he has to go. He has to go for 19 off of 20. And the Capitals now 37 for 2. And the new batsman is Patel, comes out, the wicket keeper for the Capitals, makes his way out. Again, no Taj Muhammad yet, but he has got his pads on. Very good afternoon to Alter Ego as well in the chat. Sagar ready as well. Hope you're all well. Thank you for joining us here in Portugal this evening.
European cricket पे चले दिए 50 नंबर. European cricket पे. अंदर आ जा अंकुश अंदर आ जा. आपने बोला पीछे. पीछे नहीं बोला था अंदर.
So Jay Prakash, he's one delivery away from a wicket maiden. Dujant on strike. And they are going to get it. They come through. Direct hit would have been close. So he doesn't get the maiden, but it's a good over nonetheless. One from it with the breakthrough as well. Taking Naseem with him. And at the end of the 6th, the Capitals 38 for 2. Take a look at the stats for the bowlers so far. Padavin Singh, an economy rate of 2.5, only going for 5 runs off of his 2 overs. But the 1 wicket going to the bowlers, that's Jay Prakash again, an outstanding first over for him, 1 for 1 off of his 1 over. 1's all round. Lisbon Capitals again almost running out of time here. 74 off of 24 now, run rate at 18.5 and over. If they can get 1 big over, they might still have a glimmer of hope. We've seen crazier things here on the European Cricket Network, as Ankush Kumar, the leading wicket taker in this tournament so far. Good start from him outside the off stump. Dujant just trying to almost play this down to third man, but gets nothing on it. It's a dot ball to start. This is hit well into the offside. It's evaded the skipper, Balkrishna, but it will be picked up by Singh, and it will just be kept to the single.
कैच भी उठ जैसी छोड़ दो अभी, छोड़ दो इसकी गलती है। तेरे पास आएगी
Kumar continues here. He had a good first two deliveries. But this is hit into the leg side. There's a man there, Narayan. He ends up making the right decision. He was in a bit of a... He was questioning himself whether or not to go for the catch, but he adjusts well. Prevents this from going over the boundary. You see here, he made a step forward, but then stopped himself. Made sure it didn't go over, and it ends up being just the one run, and it brings Junjan back on strike, deep in his crease. Well, that's why this has gone high. This is going to sail over. And, well, that's one of many that they're going to require if they're going to get near this total, but it's 6 runs, and it's 6 into the leg side. And that's one of the reasons as to why we've seen many batsmen sit deep in their crease, looking to target that leg side. See there, not really got a foot outside the crease. He eventually does when he hits the shot. Jujan hits a 6 into the leg side. A couple more of those. We could have an interesting game on our hands here. There's a chance here, but it's through him, and it's been put down. It's the second drop for Balkrishna. He's furious with himself. He knows that it wasn't the simplest of opportunities, but it wasn't at a horrible height for him, just to his right, but it's been put down, and it's another drop here, and they come through eventually for just the one run off the toe of the bat. Wasn't at a horrible height. And this is going to be hit to Mella, and they're going to come through for one run. So good running here from the batsman out in the middle for the Lisbon Capitals, and that single brings us to the end of the 7th, and Lisbon Capitals 48 for 2. And while the man who got the excellent run out earlier in this innings, he's going to be given an opportunity to the ball, Devander Mella. And there we go. So I mentioned earlier, there's a little bit of a video that was posted on our socials, bit of a day in the life of a European Cricket Network commentator. Do go and have a look at that one, and do check it out on all of our socials, on Instagram, on Twitter, and obviously our Facebook page and YouTube channel as well. And obviously we're on TikTok, staying up to with the times. We're on TikTok. Do go ahead and follow us on there as well. But again, yeah, so there was a video that was posted. It was a day in the life of a commentator. And Mella starting with a dot ball here. Goes for the big shot again into the leg side, but this is good bowling. Just goes over the top of middle stump. Good first two deliveries early on from Mella here. Well, this is Fuller. This is slapped into the leg side, and Kumar will collect this, and will just be the one run. Mella does have 2 wickets. Does have 2 wickets to his name so far in this tournament. Jujan is on strike. Well, this is short. Misses out here. It's going to be collected pretty easily for just the one run. They'll come through for that one run. This is short again. This is the top edge. Able to fall safely, and Nitin Kamboj, who 9 times out of 10 is Mr. Reliable behind square in the field, but just forgets to take the ball with him this time, and they come through for another one run. hits this, and this is slapped into the offside. Again to Parveen Singh, and it's just 1 run to the total. Dealing in singles at the moment. So we had that 1 boundary in the 7th over, and at the end of the 8th, the Capitals 52 for 2, and you can just see that never really keeping up with the worm, with the run rate really. They were at a good stage at the halfway mark, only 3 runs behind, but since then, that was when Ankush Kumar for GSC really took off and took the attack to the bowlers. Jonathan Woodward saying commentators just rock up and start talking. It certainly is a enjoyable job. I'm very, very lucky to do what I do, as Ishant Vedamer's into the attack, but a left arm over the wicket. I certainly am very lucky to be out here in Portugal at the moment.
Hey, Dubai.
Good dot ball to start for Vedamer. There you go, Chris Smith. Well, he's as optimistic as I am. 10 sixes from 11 balls. That would be some sight, has to be said. And this is going to be an inside edge into the leg side. It's not going to go all the way. It's going to be cut off by Devendra Mela. And it's just the 1 run again. And with that 1 run, all but cleans up this game for the Capitals. But we've seen them do outstanding things. They've come out of nowhere. Well, this is hit down the ground, and Parveen Singh will come round, and it's good work from him. Takes it cleanly and gets the throw in as well. Good work once again. Just saying that's almost as likely as my two maidens for a golden ball call yesterday. Well, it certainly is. Didn't get that one, that's for sure. But Lisbon Capitals, they'll be hoping that they can come back strong in the second game. They're a talented bunch of cricketers, it is. It has to be said, but they just haven't quite clicked here early on in this tournament. This is hit into the leg side and hit well. The man will come round there, but he won't get there, and that's going to be 4 runs. So consolidations run here, and Jujant now moves on to 16, and it's 4 runs here for the Capitals. The Capitals certainly have got players in their team that can take games away from the opposition. But again, things just haven't quite gone their way. Yeah. Surely going, they'll bounce back, that's for sure. And this is played into the leg side from Jujant. Follows the 4 up with a single. 7 deliveries left in this game. Don't forget that these two teams will go head to head once again in around about just under an hour's time now. They'll be going head to head, and Capitals will be hoping to try and get one over. Tries to go big into the leg side and was trying to sneak a cheeky single, but to no success. And at the end of the 9th, with 1 over remaining, Lisbon Capitals 59 for 2. So go back to the drawing board for the Capitals in between matches 15 and 16 here. And I think we've seen it a couple times in this tournament. So there was an example with the Coimbra Knights in a few games ago. Just never really seemed to back themselves in the chase. And I think, you know, if with wickets in hands, there are only 2 wickets down throughout this entire innings, obviously with 1 over remaining. You know, there really isn't could just say, well, maybe just, you know, throwing a few more swings at the bat, but as this is hit well and hit down the ground, and the skipper Jitesh Kumar Krishna will come through and it will keep it to the 1 run. This is Ankush Kumar bowling the final over here of match number 15. But the Capitals, as I keep saying, they've got some talented players, just need a game for it to click. Good delivery again from Kumar. And Akbari again misses out here. Dot balls are the issue as well for the Capitals. Not enough rotating the strike personally. If they're able to, they can just keep the dot balls to a minimum. Just make things 10 times easier. This is hit into the leg side. There's a man there. It's a good catch. Takes this low. And it's that man, Ranjit Narayan. It's not an easy catch. He's looking into the sun, so making the most of that hat and the glasses. But the batsman has to go, and it's Sadam Akbari. He goes for 8 off of 16 deliveries, and the third wicket falling. Capitals 60 for 3. So the new batsman to the crease. A little bit too late, really. Taj Mohammed coming in at number 5. He's going to negotiate 3 deliveries from Kumar. That's his 11th wicket in this tournament now. Goes big. This has gone high in the air. It's going to take some catching. He takes it safely. So Taj Mohammed had really a license to go. There's no point of just blocking this one out. Went for the big shot. Got this one all wrong, and it went high in the sky. But it's fallen. And he has to go for a golden duck. And another wicket falls. The Capitals now 60 for 4 here in the 10th. And Shrug, he's got in there early. He said, well, we've got a hat-trick opportunity here. He had one earlier, and it was that man who just left the field of play, Taj Mohammed. He got a hat-trick against the Coimbra Knights. But the new batsman is Mithul Patel. He's got to negotiate the delivery here, and the field's being set. You see him up here. We've got a hat-trick opportunity on our hands. So, hat-trick chance here for Ankush Kumar. And only just missing. Top of off. Could be close here with a direct hit. Again, similar to what happened earlier. But it's no hat-trick for Kumar. And he comes through for the leg bite. I thought we could just ask, apart from players and relative, anyone else has turned up to watch tonight. There's a few spectators in the clubhouse. So there are a few people in to watch. So final delivery here. And we finish with a dot ball. So a good over again from Kumar. He finishes with figures of 2 for 11 off of his 2 overs. And the Capitals, they have been defeated by the Gamblers. They take victory by 50 runs here in match number 15. Handshakes all round. Good performance from the Gamblers. Never looked to take the foot off the pedal. And they ended up taking a victory of 50 runs against the Lisbon Capitals. But they'll go back at it again in match number 16. As we take a look at the highlights from the chase. And, well, they didn't lose a wicket for a pretty considerable amount of time, only until the 4th or the 5th over. Mithul Patel ended up going. But the openers only made 24 as a partnership. And that was one of the boundaries there. Ended up breaking through the hands of Vander Meda. Well, this one was off the splice, but he backed himself up. Picked himself up and ended up coming through and getting a bit of an interesting run out. Almost came out of nowhere, really. And that was a lovely shot from Aslam Naseem. 19 off 20 for him. That was the first of 2 sixes in this innings from the Capitals. And then he was bowled with a good bit of bowling from Jay Prakash. Top of off. And again, you miss I hit. That was a good shot from Patrijan. He was, again, probably one of the more positive batsmen for the Capitals. He ended up with 18 off of 13 deliveries, not out as well, so that'll help his average, that's for sure. And then that was a good shot into the leg side. And then Akbari, he came in at number 3. He scored 18, and that was a good catch to dismiss him by Ranjit Narayan. 8 off of 16 balls for him. And then Taj Mohammed came in, and he knew that he just wanted to swing straight away. And then this one was taken straight up in the air by Jay Prakash. And then that was really the end of it. So Gamblers taking victory by 50 runs. Take a look at the scorecard. And the pick of the bowlers for me, well, they used a lot of bowlers. 7 bowlers used in total, but for me, it's Ankush Kumar, 2 for 12 off of his 2 overs in the middle overs towards the back end of the innings. But also Padaveen Singh opening up the bowling and only going for 5 runs off of his 2 overs. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 45 minutes' time, where these 2 teams will meet again in match number 16. So go ahead, have a bite to eat, have a bit of a snack, grab yourself a drink, and we'll be back in 45 minutes' time as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. A very good evening and a warm welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Manado de Corvo. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here in the commentary box for match number 16 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And we're going to see the two teams go at it once again. A little bit of a switch up this time, as Gamblers, I see they won the toss this time and electing to field first. So be interesting to see how they take on. Well, there's no changes in either lineups. It's the same as match 15, but obviously now the Gamblers, I see they've taken a pretty good lead at the top of the standings. Before this match, they were sat in first position on 8 points, but they're now at the top with 10 points. So they have now got a 2-point lead over Marlow, and their net run rate is also pretty positive at plus 3.5 at the moment. But again, it'll be interesting to see how the Lisbon Capitals come back after losing by 50 runs in the first game this evening. But a very warm welcome back to everybody watching all around the world, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. And we're almost set to get underway, as there's a change in the opening partnership, as Taj Mohammed comes into the top, coming in at number 2. And Aslan Naseem is going to be taking the first ball. And we're ready to get underway, and it's going to be Parveen Singh for Gamblers SC. And in classic European style, we start with a wide. So play now getting underway here, and I'm hoping that the Lisbon Capitals are going to come out with a little bit of grip between their teeth here. Going to want to be proving themselves. They're obviously currently sat bottom of the table on 2 points and missing their usual skipper. And this one looks like it could have been a bit in the sore area. He's gone down straight away, and his hands are leading towards that area. I think he's okay. And there's immediate reaction all around. So I think this one is in another region, but he's going to be okay. He eventually will be okay. The thumbs up goes on, and I think he's going to be okay to continue. But a dot ball and a good comeback after the first wide. This one right on the money from Parveen Singh. He's okay. I think he's just taking a moment to just readjust himself and get back into the mindset. Got a big task here to set a defendable total against a very strong lineup of GSC. This time missing out. This time into the body, into the ribs, maybe on the hip, if anything. It's again a dot ball. There's a little bit of a giggle from Kuldeep Goliath. And Parveen Singh looking very much on the money early on here in match 16. This is an appeal. Gert Oosthuizen turns it down. I think this was certainly pitching outside leg. We take another look. Well, it wasn't pitching outside leg. It was pitching in line. However, too much. I think the ball doing too much, and it's a good call from Gert Oosthuizen, certainly going down the leg side. So interesting, Taj Mohammed pushed up to open. Again, he's been the main source of their runs in this tournament so far. Goes for a big drive. Naseem missing out again here, so he's yet to get off the mark after 4 deliveries faced. Parveen Singh has been a real gem here for the Gamblers SC. That's an excellent opening partnership of him and Nitin Kamboj. And this time is just defended back to the bowler. Solidly played. Met with respect, and it's a dot ball here. And again, a very warm welcome to everybody in the YouTube channel. If you are watching on YouTube, do subscribe. We are edging ever closer to 300,000. This is up in the air. It's an opportunity, but it's going to fall. It's going to evade the fielders, and they're going to come through for one run. So a single to end the over, a tied over from Padaveen Singh, 1 wide and 1 run off the bat, 2 from it. Lisbon Capitals 2 for none after the first. As we take a look at the bat versus ball here, a little bit of an adjustment. Obviously now the Gamblers SC, their expected score rising. Average runs for them is 110 and only conceding an average of 77. So Lisbon Capitals, well, the supercomputer putting it in the favour of the Gamblers. The Capitals are going to be raring to go here as they make to try and attempt to get a bit of a comeback here. And no surprise, it's going to be Nitin Kamboj, and the standing umpire alongside Gert Oosthuizen is Conrad Greenshields this time. And Kamboj starts with a wide, and it's just let through by Naseem. And a very good evening to everybody. I can see Alter Ego, Chris Smith and Mike Seal as well. Last week we saw ambulance around, many medical assistance available at this ground. Obviously, there isn't an ambulance, if that's what you're asking. No ambulance here. This is a full toss and played into the leg side, and they take on Devander Mela. It forces the fumble, and they come through for a single. Well, that's Taj Mohammed's first ball faced. Signalled wide by Conrad Greenshields. He's just also letting him know it's his first warning that he's entering the danger zone. Obviously, means that the umpire is unable to see that. So if there's a shout of an LBW, well, he's not going to be able to give it if he can't see. Taj Mohammed going for a big swipe into the leg side, and a good take from Kuldeep Galia. Looks like he's a little bit more awake this time. Just struggled in the last game with batting gloves in this one. Taj Mohammed very early on this one. So Mithul Patel has got his pads on. He's waiting. And this one evades everything again. They're thinking of trying to come through. And a direct hit here, and we're going to go upstairs. Take a look here. No, looking at the body language of the players on the field at the moment, Taj Mohammed doesn't look like he's giving too much away, but handshake's going for the Gamblers. So we take a look here. There was a bit of yes, no, maybe, and it could cost them. And I think he's gone. He's gone. So Taj Mohammed has to go early on here. And the finger will slowly be raised. And well, that's a wicket that's really come out of nowhere for the Gamblers SC. And Taj Mohammed, he's been pushed up to the top of the order, but he doesn't quite come off, and he has to go for a duck. And the Lisbon Capitals are 5 for 1. There's a big mix-up. Naseem running through, got halfway down and turned around when actually I don't fancy it. And Taj Mohammed, well, if you hear him, it is Naseem's call. But if I was him, I'd feel a little bit hard done by my teammate. But he has to go for without troubling the scorer. And the new batsman looks like it is Parthiv Jan, I believe. And he had a decent first game this evening. Obviously wasn't enough to get his team over the line, but he made 18 off of 13. It's the only real batsman that looked to try and take the attack to the bowlers. He had 1-4 and 1-6. He's got a big opportunity here coming in at number 3. Came in at number 4 last time. So Mithul Patel just being held back. But not the start to match number 16 that Taj Mohammed would have wanted. This time they will come through, and they will follow it all the way in, and it's 1 run. It's given us buys. So John Jant yet to actually get off the mark, but they come through for a single. But it's another fumble from Kuldeep Galia. Obviously, he made his debut for Portugal this year. He's a more than talented player with both bat and with the gloves as well. Seems on strike now. This is down the leg side, and it's a good take from that man, Golia. Obviously listening to me. It's a good grab down the leg side. It's a wide delivery. It's been an interesting over. Not quite getting the rhythm early on here. This is on the money, and they come through, and they will come through comfortably for the single. Well backed up by Mela. Obviously involved in a run out in the first game. He ended up getting Mithul Patel. Almost out of nothing. So it's 2 run outs. It's almost come out of nothing, really. Unforced errors from Lisbon Capitals. And this is going to be left for a wide, as signalled by Conrad Greenshields. See, Conrad is a man we've seen many a times here on the European Cricket Network. Obviously for Iris in earlier this year in Cartaceo. And this is again just met. Could be close here with a direct hit. They end up coming through pretty safely. And it'll be a one run to the total, and at the end of the second, the Lisbon Capitals are 10 for 1. And we take a look here at the standings. Obviously, Gamblers SC at the top at the moment now with that 5th victory to their name. Looking like a real force to be dealt with at the top at the moment. Lisbon Capitals losing their 4th in the previous match. Obviously still within a shout here. They just need to try and find a way of getting things to click. And it looks like the lights are getting switched on a little bit earlier than usual. Normally happens in between the innings in match number 2 in the evening. I think they're being switched on a little bit earlier. It's Padavin Singh to continue here into his second. Called a noble on the front foot and hit well. But almost hit too well. As Ankush Kumar prevents that from going for a boundary, but it's being signalled a front foot noble from Gert Oosthuizen, and it's going to be a free hit. And it's a good opportunity for Lisbon Capitals here to really try and get something away. It's a good shot into the offside, but it's a free hit now. It's a slower ball, it's down the leg side. He's hit this, but he's not quite got it through the gap, and it's well fielded by, I think that's Draper Crash, and it's just again another 1 to the total. So the free hit not costing them too much. Yet to have a boundary in this inning so far. He's going to change his angle here. He's going to come around the wicket, so the left hand coming around the wicket, trying to bolt into the possibly into the body of Arslan Naseem. And again, back of a length, they come through, and it could be close. It's good running in the end. Good understanding between these two. Obviously, Naseem involved in the earlier mix-up between himself and Taj Mohammed. But good loud calling, and they set off. No hesitation, and they come through for the 1. Off the shoulder of the bat. Would have been close if it was a direct hit, for sure. It's good running. So yet, still waiting for this first boundary in this match. Hit into the pad, and they'll come through again for 1 run. So it brings Naseem back on strike. 4 off 9 for him at the moment. He had a nice boundary in the first game. Certainly got him in them, and this is going to just be run down to 3rd man. So Lisbon Capitals just looking to rotate strike at the moment. Again, not looking to lose wickets early, which is again what they did in the first game. But I think where the difference that we might see in this game is they'll make the most of those wickets and they'll try and go harder towards the end of this innings. It's a big swing from Jinjan and signalled wide by Gert Oosthuizen. It's a good call. It nips away off the seam. A little bit unlucky if you're the bowler, but the laws are the laws. I think it's a good call from the umpire there. That's a great delivery. There was a bit of a shout from Parveen. This one flies all the way through. Wasn't a bit of a nothing shot really. Did him all ends up. And Jujant didn't have much of an idea there. Again, a good comeback from Parveen Singh. Parveen didn't get a wicket in the first game. He's got one delivery to get one here, or he's going to go wicketless this evening. Well, he will go wicketless, but it's to a good cause as he ends up with figures of none for 8 off of his 2 overs and after the power play. The Capitals not quite getting the engine roaring yet, but they're 16 for 1. So using the 1 wicket in that second over. The run out of Taj Mohammed. And similarly to the previous game as well, Nitin Kamboj is also going to bowl out, so making the most of the pressure from these 2 opening bowlers here. This is up in the air, it's an opportunity, and it's taken. And it's a good catch from Angus Kumar running to his left. But Nitin Kamboj gets his first wicket. And Arsan Naseem has to go for 5 off of 11. And the Capitals 16 for 2. So trying to get on with it. He knows that they've come out of the power play. They've almost seen off the openers, but he wasn't quite able to do so. And he has to go. Good catch though. But the new batsman makes his way to the middle. So Sadam Akbari makes his way to the crease. And in that first game, came in at 3. This time coming in at number 4. So him and Partujant have swapped, but he couldn't quite get going. 8 off of 16, no boundaries to his name. Obviously, we're yet to see a boundary in this innings so far. Starts and he faces a peach of a delivery from Nitin Kamboj. Nipping in and then moving away. All doing all sorts, really. Does well to let this one flow through. It's a dot ball. Well, there you go at the bottom of your screen. Projected score. They don't. 1 over can change things here. Well, Akbari trying to get on with it, and Kamboj gets his second. This clatters into the stumps, and it's another wicket. Second wicket in this over. Lisbon Capitals 16 for 3 here in the 4th. He was trying to get on with it. I think he knew that he had to just put a bit of pressure on the gas pedal, but got this one all wrong. Not in the right position, and I think he knew that he didn't quite play the right shot there, and he had to go. He goes for a duck, and the new man in, Sadam Ryan. So a bit of a different approach here, losing wickets pretty early. It's the 3rd now in the 4th over. Kamboj 2 for 7 off of his 1.3 overs so far. 3 deliveries left. Sadam Ryan makes his way now, and he's facing a man who is certainly on fire at the moment. starts well, watches this all the way, onto the bat, and it's flicked into the leg side for just the 1 run, so he's off the mark straight away. So 2 deliveries left in this over from Cambodge. 2 for 8 at the moment. He wouldn't be upset if he took another. And this is sensibly played into the leg side, and it's another 1 run. As the wind is just picking up, I can tell you. It's not as warm as it normally is. So Ryan back on strike. Final ball of this over. There's an appeal. I don't think it's made contact with the bat or glove. And at the end, I think that has, it's a good call from Conrad Greenshields, just clipping the trouser pocket of Ryan. And at the end of the 4th over, Capital struggling here, 18 for 3. A reminder that the cricket continues here tomorrow on the European Cricket Network. 5 more games from Italy. Obviously, the extra game at the end, match number 6. Obviously, that was the game that was postponed due to the theft of equipment of the cricket stars out of their van. Plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network, and we continue here. And Shayadur Rahman starts off with a wide. I can tell you that it is a lot cooler that I've put a jumper on. First time I've had to put a jumper on whilst during a game here in Portugal, but it's on. And this is a bit of an outside edge. It's going to run away, and that's going to be the first boundary. We've had to wait until we got into the 5th, but it's 4 runs to the total, and that will certainly release a bit of pressure for the Capitals. Bit of an outside edge, really meant to play it down towards 3rd man. But it's a good shot nonetheless from Jajant, and it's 4 runs. That will certainly help the Capitals here as they look to set a defendable total. And this is into the offside. Well, it could be a mix-up here. And he gets the dive in, but I think he looks like he's still short of his ground. So a direct hit, and he would have been gone. You see here, again, the running from the Lisbon Capitals, where the dive was there, but he didn't quite make it. But it's a good effort nonetheless from Ryan. Body on the line for his team. He survives another day. And this is into the leg side from Jajant. Straight to Narayan, and it'll be 1 run.
You guys are 2.5 minutes behind.
So Ryan back on strike. 1 off 2 for him. Could do with getting a boundary here. Obviously had the first boundary this match in this over. And this is short and just played into the offside for no run. 2 deliveries left in this over. Again, a huge thank you to everybody who's been tuning in, whether it's on YouTube or on FanCode in India. I hope you're all well and enjoying the T10 cricket. Plenty of cricket on show on the European Cricket Network. Well, this goes big into the leg side. Don't know if it's quite got the legs, but it's going to take 1-2, and it's going to plug in the sand there. And it won't be a boundary, so it'll just be 2 runs to the total, but a promising positive shot from Ryan. And they brought in an iron from the leg side boundary. He was at a sort of deep mid-wicket, but he brought him into a general mid-wicket. almost trying to force him to take it on, but this time he's now going to get pushed back. He's struggling with the Sun as it's now at that difficult period of where the Sun is positioned. But this is just almost squares him up entirely here. But he finds the edge, and it's just a dot ball. So a good over again from Shayad Rahman. Just 8 from it, and at the end of the 5th in the halfway stage, Lisbon Capitals 26 for 3. Alter Ego saying South Africa are going to have to chase a huge total in Bristol tonight. Well, I haven't been keeping up, but I'm going to have a look now. Obviously, throughout the crew and everyone helping around here in Portugal at the moment, there's a bit of a large South African contingency. So I think in terms of the crew around here, I think I'm the solo Brit, so it's myself against a bit of an army. But Jay Prakash into the attack, and this is left outside the off stump by Parthujan. No, I'm the only Brit really in the crew, so. And what are they? 210 for 3 off of 17 and a half. So that's a pretty good going from us English. This is hit, but again finds the toe end of the bat, and they'll come through for the single. And how often do we see that? Well, you hit it straight to the fielder, but you call that run early. You push hard, it just puts the fielder under pressure, which causes a slight mistake, and it ends up being a comfortable single. So here, full toss right off the toe of the bat, skewed into the offside, and then there you go. Had that one all wrong. Well, this one stays a little bit low. The pitch has been behaving itself over the recent couple of games, but this one skids through, and Ryan goes, and Jay Prakash gets his first in this match. Lisbon Capitals 27 for 4. And you see here, he's deep in his crease, went to pull, but this one just skidded on, if anything. Didn't quite get up. Ryan, not the tallest of men, has to be said. Well, there you go. What an image that is. Cool, calm, and collected. Mithul Patel comes into the crease. Shades on. And well, he's been demoted to number 6 here. Obviously opened in the first game, and what an opportunity he has here. He's got 4.5 overs to see out. And finds the inside edge. This will be one run down to fine leg, so Patel off the mark straight away. And that's got to be one of the coolest looking men to walk out to the the batting crease for sure. Shades on, no helmet, just asserting his dominance, if anything. Good bit of bowling, but it could be close here. And a direct hit, and he would have been gone by quite a fair distance, but he makes his ground. He come through safely for the 1 run. You see here, straight to the fielder. It would have been gone by a long way. Ankush Kumar couldn't believe it. Well, Conrad Greenshields, you could just see there as he turned around, he's got a bit of zinc on his nose. Don't know if that was necessary, really. He's in the shade. Patel going for a big swing into the leg side. Unable to get underneath it, unable to get anything on it. And at the end of the 6th, a good over from Jay Prakash, 3 off it. The Lisbon Capitals 29 for 4. There you go, take a look at some of the stats. Nitin Kamboj 2 for 9 off of his 2 overs. Bowling the 2nd and the 4th. Outstanding work from him. And that combination, I always like to talk about, one of the big things for me is bowlers bowling in partnership. So if you can have someone bowling alongside you, obviously in the over before and after you, really working in partnership and just building the pressure, and then Kamboj was able to break through and get the 2 wickets. But Rahman continues here. This is hit well into the leg side, but it's going to be straight to the man, and it'll just be 1 run. And again, into the leg side. Splits the two fielders. They'll come round. And it'll be cut off, and it will just be the one run. That's good work by, that's Nishant Verma out on the deep square leg boundary. England now 218 for 4. Got the runs for. Let's have a look. Johnny Bairstow. Well, that man, it's just not a lot that man can't do at the moment. 82 off of 46. Outstanding. Oh, this finds the outside edge, and it's going to sail away down to third man, and Nitin Kamboj will eventually collect this one for just another single. Well, Moeen Ali, he might have been watching a bit of European Cricket Network. 52 off of just 18 deliveries, striking it just under 300, 288. That's outstanding for Moeen Ali. Maybe he's been tuning in, taking a few notes possibly. Well, this is big into the leg side, and this is a much-needed Maximo here in Portugal. 6 corridas to the total, and Mithul Patel got enough on this one, and this sails over the boundary. Rahman, bit of a slot delivery. Well, it was a one-handed shot, if anything. The coolest man in cricket at the moment. Shades on. This one sails over the boundary. 6 runs. In the slot again, and this time he holds out. So he was going for the double. He's furious with himself. He tried to go back to back, but he picks out the man. It's a good catch from De Van der Merwe. Didn't really have to move, but you still have to take them. And another wicket falls, and the Lisbon Capitals 38 for 5. You can't really have a go at Mithul Patel. He had to go for it with only 3 and a bit overs remaining. He really did have to try and make something of this innings for the Capitals. But he holds out to Mella. He entertained us a little bit, looking like the coolest man in cricket, and also getting a big 6 down the ground. But the new batsman is Daval Patel. He's out to face. He's got to negotiate one more delivery from Rahman. It's full, and this is hit again, but I don't think it's quite got the legs. It actually has. So a good over hit for the Lisbon Capitals. And it's another 6 corridas here in Portugal. This one winds the clock, and he gets all of this, and it goes all the way. 6 runs and 15 off of that over. Good over for the Capitals at the end of the 7th. They are 44 for 5. And don't forget that we'll be back tomorrow. Interesting matches in matches 17 and 18 as number 3 take on number 4. Cork 11 taking on Coimbra Knights. They'll be taking on each other in matches 17 and 18. And that'll be some big games as the Coimbra Knights, if they can make it a double, they can jump them and go 3rd. Big swing from Junjan as the new bowler. New bowler starts, and it's Verma starts with the dot ball. Tries to go big again, but I think he's just overhitting here really. He's trying to hit this into the hills, trying to hit this back to Porto. But Junjan unable to get a connection, and again he's now, what, 13 off of 18 now. Daval Patel has come out straight away, and he's gone boom straight away. 6 runs. And it's a carbon copy of the previous delivery. Getting a bit of movement away is Verma. It's another dot ball. Big appeal. And given by Conrad. So Path Jujan has to go, trying to nurdle this into the leg side. Be interesting to see where this one pitches. We take another look. And it's judged to be pitching in line. And I think, again, it's one of those ones. It's a tough one to call. I think Conrad, again, if that went upstairs, it would have been umpire's call. So he has to go. And, well, one of the big names in European cricket network at the moment, Mithul Patel, the man who brought us the golden ball only a few days ago last Sunday. He comes into the crease and he's got a big job to do now. So an interesting stat for you as Mithul Patel faces his first delivery. Plays this into the offside and it will come through for the single. An interesting stat in this inning so far. So how many balls have we bowled? We've bowled into the leg side, and it'll again just be the 1 run. They were thinking of 2, but I don't think they're going to come through. And at the end of the 8th, the Lisbon Capitals 46 for 6. And well, here's a stat for you. They've faced 48 deliveries now, 17 dot balls in this inning so far. You see that, never really getting going. And obviously 2 wickets falling in that 4th over. But again, you have to say that they've not really been given much opportunity. Bowling's been pretty much spot on. And now Ankush Kumar, the leading wicket taker in the tournament so far, makes his way into the attack with 2 overs remaining. This is going to run away, and it gets a hand on it, does Prakash. It'll just be 1 run. But it's good intent from Mithul Patel, was looking to go into the leg side. Obviously the wind is helping the ball across there, so no surprise that that's where he's trying to target. Mithul Patel now on strike. And this is clothed into the leg side. Shouts of 2 from the sidelines, but not really much opportunity there. And it's just going to be 1 run again to the total. They're going to come through. Well, things go from bad to worse, and Kuldeep Golia, he's going to run through and eventually will take the bails and is signalled as out. So Mithul Patel trying to get on with things, trying to accelerate, trying to just come through for a quick single, but gets turned down. Wasn't really his call. Bit of a miscommunication, and Kuldeep Golia with what can only be described as possibly the slowest run out in cricket history. But another wicket falls, and the Capitals are now 48 for 7. So scoreboard pressure playing a bit of a factor here really for the Capitals. Unable to really get going here. They've obviously got an over and a half now left in this innings. Well, that's hit well into the leg side. I don't think it's going to go all the way. He doesn't quite get a lot on this. They take on the arm, and it could be close. And it's being given, but I think it'll be interesting to see if he takes this cleanly with the... If he has ball in hand, we just take a look here. And he hits the stumps with the ball, so he has to go. And another wicket falls, so they're on a team hat-trick, really. And the Lisbon Capitals now on the running the risk of getting bowled out here, 48 for 8. So if there was a wicket off this ball, wouldn't really technically be classed as an actual hat-trick. It could be a team hat-trick. Nonetheless, still means quite a lot to, well, it will mean a lot to the team, that's for sure. The new batsman is Sunil Patel. There's a team hat-trick opportunity here. Oh, it's a bottom edge. Just misses on the off stump, and they'll come through for 1 run. Valuable run, and that brings up the 50 for the Lisbon Capitals. And we've got 1 delivery remaining from Ankush Kumar. clipped into the leg side by Patel. And will just be 1 run. So he'll keep the strike for the final over. And a lot happened in the 9th. At the end of 9, Lisbon Capitals 51 for 8. So only 6 deliveries remaining now in this innings. 10 from here will get them up to 60. I think that's what they need to be looking for. Obviously 2 wickets remaining, so they can take a little bit of a risk. And it's going to be Prakash to bowl the final over here. Ready to get underway. So final over in the first innings of match 16. Big appeal, and he's gone. Took a big step across. Conrad Greenshields didn't really have to take much into consideration there. Finger goes up, and another wicket falls. Capitals now 50 for 9. So you see here, it takes a step across. You can see leg stump upon impact. So not easy. Sunil Patel, he has to go, and the number 11 comes in. Akshad Patel. So he's hit some good-looking shots when they've needed him. But he's got 5 deliveries to negotiate and take on from Prakash. And that one beats everything, and they try and come through for a single, and they will. Kuldeep Goliath does well. That one only just missing the leg stump by a matter of centimetres, really. Hits this straight to Parveen Singh. He's going to take a shot at the stumps at the striker's end. And it's just 1-2 the total. Brings the number 11 Akshad Patel back on strike. Bit of a bottom edge into the ground, and it'll be another single. So valuable runs these are for the Capitals. Only 2 deliveries left in this innings now. And it's going to be Davar Patel on strike. Obviously hit that 1-6 earlier on. And goes for a big swing. It's nothing on this one. So final delivery, hit into the leg side. Bit of a cloth, really, doesn't get all of it. And Akshad Patel turns and goes. And there's an appeal. I think it's not going to be given as up. So it'll be 2 runs to the total. And the Capitals will finish on 56. And I think he has made his ground pretty safely. So good call from umpire Conrad Greenshields. And again, a bit of an underwhelming performance with the bat from the Capitals. They ended up 56 off of their 10 overs. And it's going to have to be a bit of a record. They have to break records of here in Portugal, because they're going to try and defend 56, or 57 technically, as the gamblers will require. 57 for victory. And we will take a look at the highlights of the first innings. I think they're just waiting on, and then we take a look here. Well, wasn't the start really that they wanted. Taj Mohammed, bit of a mix-up. He was met in the middle and then just got turned to turn his back and go back to where he came from. Getting this one all wrong, and they ended up. It was a good bit of work from the fielder. It was good work from Kuldeep Goliath, and it was given as out. We went upstairs, we had a look, but it was given out. Only 2 batsmen of the entire lineup getting into double figures. That was Pathujant, 13 off of 20 for him, 1 boundary for him. That was a 4, and then Mithul Patel, who ended up 13 off of 9, not out. That was one that just stayed a little bit low. And the Capitals, well, they've got a big job on their hands if they're going to defend what would be a record defence in this tournament so far. That was a close call, but that was the coolest man in cricket. He hit one of the biggest one-handed sixes I've ever seen. And, well, very next ball. Well, this was another good look at what he did, but very next ball, went for it again. Didn't quite get the elevation he needed. And he held out to the man in the deep. That was Devendra Mella. But again, outstanding bowling from the bowling unit of the Gamblers SC. A lot of bowlers going for not many runs. Nishant Verma, 1 over, 1 for 2. Outstanding work from him, but also Ankush Kumar going for just 5 off of his over. There was obviously 2 run-outs in his over, but they don't go towards his total, so he'll be a little bit frustrated. And it was a good bit of bowling. Yeah, but well, Bradwaj went for a diamond duck, didn't he? Didn't face a ball. They had to turn and go and try and get some more runs on the total, but he eventually was given out. And that one, well, that was stone cold. You could see leg stump when he was on the impact, and Conrad Greenshields, you won't get much easier than that. But a pretty underwhelming performance with the bat, but they've got it all to do with the ball. And don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so for the response, as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here on the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Manano de Corvo, where, no, you haven't, you're not watching a clown show. That's just Conrad Greenshields with a bit of zinc on his nose, and you join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match number 16 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal. And we're certainly looking forward to see how the Gamblers SC will approach this, as they have been set the low total of 57 runs, and where we saw it in earlier in this tournament that the low totals are sometimes the ones that require more concentration. You just tend to lose a bit of concentration and many laps of concentrations, and makes things a little bit harder. But a very warm welcome to everybody around the world, whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. I hope you're all well. And while they're early on, they only require less than a runner ball. 57 the target off of 60 deliveries. But we've seen crazy things happen on the European Cricket Network. A couple of early wickets for the Lisbon Capitals, and they'll be right in there. And it's going to be the skipper, Raul Bardwaj, going to be opening up here for the Capitals. A very warm welcome to Shrug and to Kitty as well. I hope you're all well. Thank you for keeping me company here in Portugal. And it's going to be Kuldeep Golea, who didn't quite get the go with the bat that he would have wanted. Only 1 off of 9 deliveries in the first game. But he's got a good opportunity here to get some time in the middle and find that form once again. And it's going to be Bardwaj to get us underway for the response of the Gamblers. Starts with a short ball. And, well, things might be over a little bit quickly if we're going to see shots like that. That's thumped through the offside. And that's 4 runs to start us off here for the Gamblers. Kuldeep Golea already looking more comfortable than he did in the first game. Just a blip in the system was that first game. He's back to usual ways, starting off with a 4. Goes short again, and this is going to fly over, and this is going to be 1 bounce, so it's consecutive boundaries. Golea looking to get on with it early, and it's another 4 runs for the GSC. Bardwaj going short again this time. A little bit, doesn't quite give him as much room, and it sails over off the outside edge of the bat of Golea, and it's 4 runs. Bardwaj needs a response. He's gone for 8 off of the first 2 deliveries here. Goes short again, and it's thumped again. There's a man there, and he takes the catch. It's a good catch by Aslan Naseem. It wasn't easy. It was flying at him at a rate of knots. And Bardwaj gets a good comeback. It's short, and Golea hit it hard, but it's straight to the man. Didn't get the elevation he wanted, and he has to go early. The Gamblers, they lose their first wicket, 8 for 1. So Golea, not the night that he would have wanted. Got 2 early boundaries, but next ball got caught at long on. So not the start that he would have wanted, and not the evening that he would have wanted, as his evening comes to an end. So a lot happening in the first 3 deliveries. We've had 2 boundaries and a wicket, as Ankush Kumar makes his way out to the crease. He had a good first game, didn't he? 67, not out off of 28. Shrug asking the question, round of questions. Go for it, Shrug. Get them in. You might not have as much opportunity to answer some tonight, but go ahead. If you got any, get them in. Go for it. Hashtag random questions. Let's do it. But Ankush Kumar now in to face his first delivery. Wow, this has stayed low, and it's plumb in front. And well, it's again 2 early wickets. Just what I said that the Capitals needed if they were going to have a chance here. And Ankush Kumar goes for a golden duck. And the Gamblers SC showing a bit of blip in nature here, and they go to 8 for 2. Plumb in front. Good call from Conrad. He didn't wait. He knew that was off straight away. And Ankush Kumar has to go for a golden duck. And that just spices things up a little bit here. And new batsman is the skipper. Krishna comes in at number 4. He came in at number 5 in the previous game, so Narayan gets demoted. And well, there you go. Rahul Bhardwaj is on a hat-trick here. What a start this could be in an almost impossible defence. It's the skipper to face. It's a hat-trick ball. And very sensibly met with the full face of the bat. So Krishna's saying, well, that's skipper up against skipper. He says, you're not getting a hat-trick. And he just puts this into the offside for a dot ball. Shrug asking, favourite type of food? And I think I might have to agree with you. I might have to say that mine's Italian. So I'm very jealous of those out in Rome and those that have been involved in the Italian summer. Very, very envious. Wow, this is flat and hard, and it's going to go all the way. And it's going to be 4 runs to the total. So a good over for both teams. 12 on the board, but losing 2 early wickets, the 2 main men. And at the end of the first, Gamblers 12 for 1. 12 for 2, correction. So a mixed over for both teams. Both Golia and Kumar going for early dismissals. Amandeep Kokar, well, he's going to be facing now, but he just sat at the other end and just watched it all unfold. But we also got 3 boundaries in that over as well. Well, there we go. Oh, could we see it again here? Again in the Lisbon Capitals. Obviously, they won the last one. But 17 matches now without a golden ball. You just never know what can happen. Anything can happen in the game of cricket. It's why we all love it. And it's going to be Taj Mohammed now to bowl the second over as Amandeep Kokar faces his first delivery. Well, it's a good shot. There's a man there. Doesn't go for the catch. It's an interesting approach, but it's well fielded. Bowling to his field. And Kokar off the mark straight away. No shrug. Italian, definitely my most favourite type of food, for sure. Oh, it's a good delivery from Mohammed as Krishna just fends this one outside the off. Almost just dangles his bat outside, really. Not a bit of a nothing shot. Whizzes past the outside edge. Good to see that the Capitals have come out here fighting. It's going to take a almost miracle to defend a low total against the top of the table at the moment. This is pushed into the offside straight to the fielder. Turned around and denies the run. And it's another dot ball. So a good start from Taj Mohammed here. This is down the leg side, and if you're going to be defending a total like this, you need to keep extras to a minimum. It's a wide down the leg side. It's the first extra. It comes here in the second. And finds the inside edge, and again Kokar looking to get on strike. He wants to get on with it, but this is a tidy over from Taj Mohammed. Well, shrug, this is actually a bit more of an interesting question than you think, as Shrug's asking skiing or snowboarding. Well, an interesting fact, I don't know if I'm going to get it, I'm not going to squeeze it in, so I'll wait till the end of this delivery. And this is going to be a wide outside the off stump. So you're going to have to bowl that one again, but no, for skiing and snowboarding, well, I would say skiing. However, at the start of this year, I went skiing with a friend in Sierra Nevada and Granada in Spain. And well, a huge shout out to Jamie Thomas if he's watching, if he's listening. Don't know if he is, but if you are. Yeah, we were skiing and snowboarding, and This is a double into the offside. We were skiing. I was skiing. He was snowboarding. We got through the first day. We were in the second day. It was the last run of the day. And we're pretty confident skiers. So we're on a red run. Been doing them all day. And it was a bit of an accident. Clouds came in. Visibility was next to none. I slowed down. And Jamie my friend ended up clattering into me. And this stays low. Barely misses the top of off. But a good over from Taj Mohammed. Only 3 off it. And after 2, Gambler's 15 for 2. But no, back to that story. So he clatters into me. Wipes me out. He's knocked me out unconscious. I'm rolling down this hill. And it's a pretty steep hill. And yes, it's a steep hill. I'm rolling for there's a video. I had a GoPro on, so there's a video of it, and it's I'm rolling for about 30 seconds down this hill, and eventually I sort of wake up, regain consciousness, sort of scream as to, well, where am I? It takes a moment to realize where I am. I stop rolling. Jamie from the top of this mountain just shouts, "Are you okay?" And as you fall down, you obviously do a pat down of, is everything intact? And I get to my left collarbone and I push it down, and no word of a lie, I push it down, the bone moves, and my collarbone was basically in 3 pieces. Required surgery, but I'm okay now. And Bardwaj continues here in the third. Pulled into the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs. Don't bother running for those. That's 4 runs to the total. And Cocard looking to get on with things. But no, yeah, so ended up with having surgery about a week later, and got a good old scar on my left collarbone, but I live to tell the tale. I just tell people I was bitten by a shark. It goes down a lot better. Well, this one lifts off a length. As I said, we've barely seen the pitch misbehave. It's been rolled a few times as Fast Stoneman has been looking after the middle. He's been rolling it, but it's barely misbehaved. But no, I'd still say skiing. But I think next time, if I ever go skiing again, which I'm sure I will do, I might just take my time. But no, it's all good now. And he gets the breakthrough. So it's another wicket for Bardwaj. It's the 3rd for him. The skipper Balkrishna has to go. Gamblers 20 for 3 here in the 3rd. Just really missing the straight one here, Balkrishna. Bit of a way movement, actually. I lie. That's a peach of a delivery. It's a great ball from the skipper for the Capitals. Now Bardwaj moving away. Just nips the top of off. And Balkrishna has to go. He goes for 4 off of 9 deliveries. And the new batsman, Narayan, got it all to do here. That's a good question, though, Shrug. I don't think you were probably expecting much of a deep answer. But that's story time with Charlie here on the European Cricket Network. I know if the robot's watching, he'll be saying he'll be watching on the couch on a nice Wednesday evening. No, so that's what, 6 months ago now. Just ended up getting back into it. But Bardwaj now, and this is well played into the leg side, and will come through for the single. So Gamblers not really making this an easy job for themselves, but it's, have to say, good work from the Capitals. He's led from the front as Bardwaj. He's taken 3 wickets with 2 deliveries remaining. Good take from Partujant. Well watched. Watches this all the way into the gloves. Doesn't snatch at it. Thank you, Shrug. Much appreciated, but they're doing okay now. Playing cricket again, which is always good. It's a good delivery again. And Bardwaj, well, what a spell. 3 for 17 off of his 2 overs. Just puts his team in with... they've got a toe in the door. I wouldn't say they've got a foot, but there's a toe in the door. Just keeping it ajar. And at the end of the power play, Gamblers 21 for 3. Well, at this stage, Lisbon were 16 for 1 after their power play, and they actually didn't score a single boundary in their power play. So big over this one. They lost 2 wickets in their 4th If they can take another 2 here, then we certainly will have a game on our hands. Well, this is hit hard, and that is slapped straight back to the bowler. Gerd Oosthuizen does well to get out of the way, and that's thumped for 4 runs. That just sat up like an absolute peach. Well, he did well not to take out anyone, including his own partner at the non-striker's end. Flat bat and slapped hard, and it races away for 4 runs. Chris, thank you very much for the update. And I think he's hit that so hard that he might have broken his bat. Either that or he might have done a little bit of an injury to himself, as I think he holds his back. I think what I'm seeing is a new bat being brought on, which is interesting, as that one just seemed to go pretty well. But he is changing his bat, which is interesting to see. So Rajesh Ramniklal is the 12th man, does a good job there. It's a new bat for Narayan after he hit one of the good looking 4, and well, that's not going to fill him with confidence, as this is just sways past the outside edge of the new bat of Narayan. It's a dot ball. Steps away, gets followed. Good bowling from Taj Mohammed. He's up for the fight here. And they come through for just the 1, and it gets Amandeep Kokar back on strike. But interesting, South Africa 7 for 2. That will upset quite a lot of people around the ground. There's a lot of South Africans here. 32 for 2 now. Clarkson in. Well, this is just clipped into the leg side, and it will just be 1 run. Bardwaj does the work, and it's just 1 run to the total. I think he has also got it picked up a little bit of a niggle. But I think he's okay. He'll eventually be fine. This one barely missing the top of off. Narayan living a dangerous life here. This is a good spell of bowling from Taj Mohammed. He'll be unlucky to not get a wicket in his spell. This is pushed into the offside and into the leg side. Then calls of 2. It'll just be 1 run. So it's good work out in the deep by Akshar Patel. And again, a good spell of bowling. Just the 10 overs off of his 2 overs. The 10 runs off of his 2 overs, I should say, for Taj Mohammed. And at the end of the 4th, he gamblers a 29 for 3. But again, don't forget, we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow. 5 games coming away from Italy alongside 2 matches here in Portugal. Obviously, we'll be seeing Fresh Tropical. They'll be taking on Roma CC in the first 2 matches. And then Cricket Stars, well, they've got 3 on the bounce. They'll be taking on Albano in matches 15 and 16. And then they will have the rearranged fixture up against Roma CC in the evening. They'll be taking in match number 6. And we're going to see the coolest man in cricket at the moment, but he's taken his shades off. Still one of the coolest men in cricket, though. Mithul Patel is going to be into the attack now. This is off the pad, and they'll come through for 1 run. A bit of an interesting bit of information for you. So the bat that Narayan hit that big 4, or the thumping 4 down, the ground. It's got a bit of a sticker on the back of it, and apparently it says power punch. And he certainly hit that with a lot of power, as this is just into the offside and the single isn't taken. So interesting here, obviously the 3 early wickets, and Gambler's just taking a bit of a different approach here. I think they would have tried to have really pushed this and tried to take this target down in the first 3 or 4 overs, but they've had to adapt here. But it's good cricket nonetheless as they adapt to the situation. And this is hit into the covers, and it's going to split through the infield, but it's well fielded by the man out in the deep as Mithul Patel, and it comes through for just 1 run. That's going to be a wide outside the off stump. Patel just getting that one a little bit wrong, just losing his rhythm. Oh, they're almost neck and neck. Only 6 runs in it at the moment. So the Capitals putting up a fight. Well, that's hitting it well, but it comes off the leg of Mithul Patel, and it's going to run away to the boundary. There's a few questions being asked from bowler, but it's a tough one really, and especially when you're defending a low total, you have to just wonder. And you ask the question, do I go for it or do I just protect the boundary? But unfortunately got neither, and it's 4 runs to the total. It's a full toss into the leg side. Nearly takes out one of his teammates, and that's certainly going to help things, and that saves Corredas into the stand on the leg side. Full toss on the legs. And Narayan not going to miss out. This flies and flies into the stand. And it's 6 runs. Nearly, you can see there, they were all edging to get out of the way. He's got 1 ball delivery to face here. And sensibly just pushed into the leg side for 1 run. So at the halfway stage, Gambler's 42 for 3. Requiring 15 for victory. There you can see there, well, the tails are up, and it was because of that man, Rahul Bhardwaj. Took 3 for 17 off of his 2 overs. Getting the big wickets of Golia and Ankush Kumar. But they brought Narayan and Kokar. Well, he's been in since the start, but Narayan has come in and he's looked pretty comfortable at the crease. 18 off 10 now for him. Just 15 required. And for those wondering as to why Narayan changed his bat, there was a little issue with the handle apparently. So there you go. It's Aslan Naseem into the attack, and he gets the wicket, and Narayan has to go for 18. Not much of a celebration, as I think they feel that the tail is done. A good delivery, just staying low, skidding through. Narayan a little bit late on this one, and it's the 3rd wicket to fall. So with correction, it's the 4th wicket to fall. Gambler's 42 for 4. But I think he's certainly steadied the ship after losing 3 early wickets. Shrug asking, are we going to see Imran Rao again in this tournament? To put it simply, I couldn't tell you. Obviously, with the tournament running through the week, as it always does here on the European Cricket Network, it just depends on work commitments and availability and being able to get to the ground and stuff like that. Obviously, these lads, all amateur cricketers, so dealing with jobs as well. And this is into the offside, and it's a dot ball. But this is a good bit of bowling from Aslan Naseem now. But no, to answer your question, Shrug, not too sure. Hopefully we will, as he had a great day with it. 77 off of 22. But then, the joys of cricket, got a golden duck in the next game. He might knock his confidence, that's for sure, as it's a full start. But no, as I take this opportunity to thank everybody for tuning in this evening for 2 games of T10 cricket once again here in Portugal. To everybody in the YouTube chat, whether you're watching on YouTube or on FanCode, a huge thank you to all of you for keeping me company, as this is a wide down the leg side. But also a huge thank you to everybody in and around the ground, to the blue crew, to all the officials, the umpires, the scorers, and to everyone in the clubhouse keeping us fed and watered as well. And also to the production crew as well. Without them, we wouldn't be giving you any of these pictures. There'd be no cricket for you to watch. So huge thank you to all of them. It's now just 14 required for victory. And Mella tries to play this one but doesn't quite get it, and it's given 8 wide by umpire Gert. He's waiting for an acknowledgement. He's still there. The Scarecrow, he's waiting, and eventually he gets his signal. So the Scarecrow is no more. The Scarecrow is no more. Into the offside, and they'll come through for a comfortable single. So 12 required now. Can do it in 2 hits, can Amandeep Kokar. It's a slower ball into the leg side. He picked that one, and it's going to go, and it's going to be 4 runs. And that just might be the end of this competition now. There weren't really many doubts before that boundary, but that's almost set it in stone. 4 carreras into the leg side for Amandeep Kokar. Lisbon Capitals obviously winning one of the most exciting games of cricket off that golden ball earlier in this tournament, but they just haven't been able to get going as this stays low, and it's well played by Kokar, straight down to long off for a single. But just being able to really get going, nothing's been clicking. So I just think they just need to go regroup and just reevaluate. Obviously there are a team of very talented players qualify for this tournament for a reason. This is an edge, but it doesn't carry. Good comeback from Naseem. Goes for 8 off the over. Gets the wicket as well. And at the end of the 6th, the Gamblers are 50 for 4. And Shrug, there's your answer for your question. Tomorrow night we see the Coimbra Knights. They'll be taking on Gorka 11 in matches 17 and 18 as 3rd takes on 4th. Coimbra Knights, if they can get a victory, they'll jump into 3rd. Gorka 11, they're looking to chase down the leaders, Marlow Calanders and Gamblers SC. And Mithul Patel into the attack and starts with a wide. So now it's going to be 1 hit away, 6 runs required. Interesting if Kokar looks to do this in fashion. And this is not going to do so. He's just going to rotate this into the leg side for 1 run. And I tell you what, well, he ampled his way through, similar to what happened in the first game this evening. You can see they just ampled through and then realised, oh, might need to get my skates on. It was very close. He comes back safely eventually. Wow, that's a good delivery from Patel. Does Mella all ends up. He had him playing 3 different shots there at one point. He stays low. Skids through. And Mella struggling. He's trying to finish it in style. Fuller in into the leg side. There's a man there, and it's a wicket for Mithul Patel. So it's a consolation wicket, but a good catch from Akshar Patel. It came in pretty quickly. Now Mella never really looked like he was going to be comfortable at the crease, and he has to go for 1. And the 5th wicket falls. Gamblers SC are 52 for 5. So very interesting to see here. The new batsman, left-handed Parveen Singh, comes out. Well, we saw him in the last game hit a 6 off the first ball. If he does that here, that'll be game over. That'll be all she wrote. That's a good delivery from Patel. He's bowled well in this over, it has to be said. Only gone for 2 runs so far. Taking this a little bit deeper. And Parveen Singh looks to go big, and well, Kokar, he wants to finish this himself. So Patel manages to take this an over deeper than what we expected. And still needing 5 runs for victory. Parveen Singh just sort of saying there, well, why not? Why don't you want to take the run? But I think Kokar, he's been there since the start. He wants to finish this off for his team here. It's going to be a bit of off spin here into the 8th over. 5 runs required off of 18 now. So Shrug, if you're wanting a gold ball, you need a 4 here, and then maiden overs for the next 2 overs. So and this is left and respected. Starts with the dot ball, does Patel. So he's rewarded for that catch. Yes, into the leg side, and should just be 1 as Bhardwaj comes in, and it's good fielding, and it's just the 1 run. So now just 4 runs required. Will Singh look to go for it here? Of course he does, and he gets hold of this one. Well, what a way to win the match for Gamblers SC. They make it 2 from 2 this evening, and he does it in style. And it's 6 corridas out of the ground, and that is all she wrote. Lisbon Capitals, well, they gave themselves a good opportunity, getting early wickets. Skipper making 3 breakthroughs, getting figures of 3 for 17 off of his 2 overs. But it wasn't meant to be. And Parveen Singh finishes it in style into the leg side. And the Gamblers end up winning by 5 wickets here in match number 16. So Capitals, well, they'll be very self-critical. They always are. As we take a look at the highlights, they'll be very self-critical. But they got off to a flyer, really. They ended up taking 3 wickets early on. 3 wickets in the first 3 overs. And they ended up getting Golia alongside Ankush Kumar and Balkrishna. They went early. And this was the first delivery that Kumar faced, and it was almost, doesn't really get much more plumb than that. Straight up, and the finger was risen by Conrad Greenshields. And then that was the 1 boundary for Balkrishna through the covers. It was a glorious cricket shot, but then take another look there, but then trying to go big into the leg side. Amandeep Kokar, he was there till the end. Ended up on 14 not out off of 13. That was all he needed to do, really. He did the job that was required. This was the wicket trying. It was a great delivery from Bhardwaj, it has to be said. One of the balls of the tournament so far. Outswinging delivery, just clipping the off stump. The skipper was leading from the front. He gave his team, the Lisbon Capitals, a bit of an opportunity. There was a slight chance, a bit of a toe in the door, really, more than anything, but it wasn't meant to be. But again, it gives me an opportunity to say a huge thank you to everybody joining us around the world on the European Cricket Network. It's been a joy to bring you the coverage of the games this evening, and a huge thank you to everyone in and around the ground. A huge thank you to the likes of Maxi and Sherb alongside Tyrone, Miguel and Paolo and Faf as well. And also to Bucks, and also the umpires Conrad and Gert. Also to Barry Nina in the clubhouse, a huge thank you to you, and also to Mick as well on the bar. But then also a huge thank you to the production crews. Without them, we wouldn't be seeing any of these pictures. So Ms. Lavian and Daniel, a huge shout out to you 3. Thank you ever so much for your hard work. It is much appreciated as we see off the final highlights here. But a good night to everyone in the chat, and enjoy the rest of your evening. To those of Chris, Shrug, Kitty, and a few others as well. But again, a huge thank you. And that was all she wrote. A huge 6 into the leg side from the left-handed Parvinder Singh. And the Gamblers, well, they now moved clear at the top of the standings. They now have a 4-point lead going into the rest of this tournament. And again, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the commentary here on games 15 and 16 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And we'll be back again tomorrow evening at the same time. A huge thank you and enjoy the rest of your evening.